There exists on our planet a land blessed by nature, a country where the rich, fertile, and well-watered soil has given birth to an exceptional wildlife. This country is France, and you are going to discover it as if for the very first time. What is this large deer looking at as the new day dawns? A territory filled with extraordinary nature, a land which by its diversity has attracted man for thousands of years. The animals living in these climes have fabulous adventures to recount. But they're not part of another world. We men and women share their lives. They struggle to survive, combat one another and make peace. They choose their mates and deploy all their strength to raising their young. They transform themselves and acquire unsuspected powers. They travel long distances. Some men protect them, others care for them, and some even form alliances with them. From the highest mountain tops to the ocean shores, here are the secrets of this country, the outstanding destinies of these little-known animals, and the men and women who live in contact with them. A fascinating journey into the secret land of wild France. Our story begins in the high mountains. At first glance, everything appears calm, but a closer look reveals a survival zone. Animals and plants are engaged in a race against the clock, a struggle to resist the harshness of winter. Animals here are clothed in a layer of fat and a coat of fur that enables them to resist the polar-like cold. They sleep for 6 months, lowering their cardiac rhythm to 1 beat per minute and reducing their body temperature down to 4 degrees Celsius. To take advantage of the sun for as long as possible, plants begin to blossom under the snow, and where spring arrives, everyone emerges from their shelter. We're in the Pyrenees mountain chain, home to the continent's most powerful animal. The brown bear is a force of nature. Just out of his den, this huge solitary beast has one vital need: to devour everything he can get his paws on. He hasn't eaten anything for months and has lost 1/3 of his weight during the winter. The bear's vision isn't very keen, but he has an incredible nose, capable of smelling food from 10 kilometers away. His sense of smell has detected a dead wild sheep beyond the summits. To satisfy his appetite, the bear can travel several kilometers every day. He's the marathon runner of the mountains. In the spring, his diet requires an abundance of protein, and the sheep will be perfect. This is not the time to think about anything else. But what's that underneath? Earthworms will make a wonderful snack. Not enough to restore any reserves of fat, but tasty all the same. And now, off for the sheep again. A protein diet is all well indeed, but there's also fruit. The vitamins in fruit are good for the health. And now for the main dish. No more stopping. What about ants? They're protein. The problem with ants is that they itch. They crawl under the fur. There must be some termites under this bark. We've got to deal with the ants first. Well, just a quick stop to clean up, and a trout passes right between the paws. Now that's hard to resist. And besides, the soft flesh of the fish is full of calcium, good for the bones. But what's that? Raspberries. Sorry, too tempting. The technique is a bit tiresome, but each mouthful deserves to be savored. Our gourmet spreads the seeds he ingests in the mountains, unknowingly participating in their biodiversity. After living in the French mountains for 250,000 years, the bear almost disappeared in the 20th century. But the good news, he's back again. Mammals represent a third of the bear's diet, and if by chance he attacks a domestic herd, it's because they're easy to catch, and because the bear doesn't know that such meat is off limits. The old folks tell children that if they run into a bear, they should speak politely to him, since the animal has a gift for understanding men. If you come across one, don't run. Just walk away as naturally as possible. To the east, the Alps rise up, forming a 1,200-kilometer mountainous arc, a colossus that controls the climate and maintains the water reserves that irrigate the plains. We're in the Acan National Park, 150 summits surpassing 3,000 meters and 10,000 hectares of glaciers. This territory is a realm of a legendary animal, the golden eagle. A number of people have decided to devote their lives to preserving this ecosystem. Among them, one such man has been roaming these mountains since his childhood. Christian is impassioned by everything that lives here, although the golden eagle has won over his heart. Every year he tracks them by finding their nests, determining the number of youngsters, and making certain that the conditions will allow them to soar through the skies for a long time to come. The first animal breeders settled in these mountains 5,000 years ago. The eagle has lived here for 300,000 years. He's very possessive of the territory he occupies. If another eagle tries to enter it, he attacks, and the combat is merciless. He is capable of killing the intruder. During his ascension, Christian crosses a number of different types of terrains. From the bottom of the valley to the glaciers, it's as if he were traveling from the south of France to the polar circle. Each sector has its own plants and animals. 3 kilometers of uneven land that reveals as much as 3,000 kilometers of the planet. Their only common element is this water that the mountain expels into the valleys. Following the torrents, Christian has discovered a small bird with unique abilities. The dipper feeds on small aquatic mollusks that live in the riverbeds. As strange as it may seem, it is capable of diving into glacial waters. No other bird can move under the water as well as the dipper. It swims with its wings. To feed its young, it dives down to a depth of 2 meters and remains there in apnea for 15 seconds. He does this several times a day. The mountain altitudes inhabited by man stops here. At 1,600 meters, a new world begins. The huge forest of conifers with large trees, pines and spruces. A terrain reminiscent of the Siberian taiga. The eagle prefers to create his nest at the edge of the forest. But finding it is no mean feat, since the imposing bird is extremely discreet. Be sure to keep your distance, since the animal, although strong and powerful, is afraid of us. The king of birds is fierce. The eagle's hunting ground is higher up, where trees are more rare, where the terrain opens up to his piercing eyes, where grass reigns supreme. On leaving the forest, we cross an area the Christian calls the combat zone. The tree's branches fall to the ground exhaustedly. Pain for those who dare. The alpine grass takes over, a terrain that resembles the tundra of the Great North. Since prehistoric times, to flee our hunter ancestors, the marmot has taken refuge in these high prairies. To go about their daily activities, marmots have developed a collective surveillance system. Sentinels take turns to guard duty on their colony's territory. In this way, they can raise their young in peace and spend their time playing and living together. And even more outstanding, they have their own language. From a distance, they can indicate to the others the nature, the proximity of any potential danger. A repeated whistling signifies that the danger is approaching. Be on your guard. A short whistle means, everyone take cover. During the time Christian has been observing him, the eagle has become accustomed to his presence, and sometimes a miracle can take place. The eagle's eyesight is 8 times superior to that of man, and his field of vision is 300 degrees. Nothing escapes his sight. The eagle gains high altitudes in order to choose his prey. It's a bitter law of nature, but without marmots, there would probably be no eagles. The final step of the ascension, the summits. On these vertiginous slopes, we sometimes hear the sound of falling rocks. It's the chamois, whose refuge is vertical. The eternal snow and the glacier resemble the polar circle. One would think that nothing could possibly live faced with these elements, but that is not the case. Usually the snow is white, but in the spring it can be pink. This is due to algae which flourish in the snow. And what do they feed on? Water. These microscopic particles color the snow. It's the blood of the glaciers. The Mercantour Massif is further south in the Alps. An important event has taken place in the bowels of the Earth. During the first days of April, a birth has been announced. Two brothers are born in a deep and dark den. This wolf cub is 3 weeks old, and it's the first time he's seen the light of day. The youngster's curiosity is aroused by the smells and sounds coming towards them. The two brothers are ready for adventure, eager to go out and discover the world above. Their mother isn't there. There she is. Maybe they should have stayed in. They still don't realize that they are powerful predators. Like their mother, they'll never understand that herds of sheep are forbidden to them, that they frighten children for no reason, that some people would prefer them not living on French soil. But in spite of the fear they generate, the law is on their side. From the highest mountaintops to the inaccessible cliffs, survival strategies are invented everywhere. A prime example are the peaks of the Verdon Canyon. What could possibly survive on the vertical rock faces, where moving around defies the laws of gravity? And yet, there's a surprising rare and little-known animal living here. A tightrope walker with a perfect sense of balance. The butterfly bird. This vertical life is the passion of Arnaud and Stephanie, both European leading climbing champions. During their ascension, they come across a variety of lives. Small flowers appear as if by magic, or this old Phoenician juniper bush. It's more than 1,000 years old, and its roots grow deep and far under the rock. But their favorite sight, the one that fascinates them the most, is the butterfly bird, also known as the Ticodroma. It stands vertically thanks to the morphology of its feet, which are large with very solid curved claws and thumbs facing downward. It's called the butterfly bird because it roams along the cliffs by opening its wings in fits and starts. Its wide wings enable it to take advantage of the rising currents and to reach the heights with a minimum of effort. Equaling the bird's lightness is a challenge for the two champions. But the challenge has its limits. Arnaud and Stephanie like to sleep above the emptiness below. Sleeping on the cliffs is like being suspended, momentarily out of time. The plains of Alsace and the Vosges mountain chain in northeastern France is a surprising region. In the autumn, geese arrive from northern Europe and cross France on their way to southern climates to spend the winter. For thousands of years, the adults have been guiding their newborn along these airborne routes. This family consists of a father, a mother, and their 6 youngsters. The 2 adults fly ahead, and when one of them gets tired, the other takes over. Their youngsters follow them. Since this is their first journey, they stick close to their parents and obey their slightest movements. They take advantage of the current and fly as if part of a platoon. The parents are not from the same species. The mother is a blue goose, whereas the father is a gray goose. Their offspring are therefore mixed. Some have the yellow beak of their father, and the others their mother's pink beak. Things have not gone as smoothly as planned this year. A young female has been giving her parents trouble. She spends her time doing useless acrobatic movements when she should be saving her energy. The youngster refuses to do as her siblings do. Her constant lagging behind and falling out of formation is wreaking havoc within the group. Mother often has to put her youngster back on the right track. The parents use visual references including rivers, mountains, and sometimes even our man-made roads to guide themselves. Tonight they decide to make a stop at Lake Cruz. And of course, the young rebel does her own thing. The family will spend the night on the banks of the lake. Our family has been awake since dawn, but it's still too early to fly. They have to wait for the fog to lift. True to her independent nature, the young rebel leaves on her own to explore the surroundings, totally unaware of the danger. The family is ready to leave. The father is confident and gives a signal for departure. The sun rays are strong enough to create rising winds that will carry them along. At the other end of the lake, however, our young miss is beginning to realize that she can't hear the shouts of her family. They've left without her. What now? Young geese don't have a migratory instinct. Without their parents to guide them, they have no idea where to go. Follow the water, fly up to the sky, and hope to spot them. Call her mother in the hope that her cries will reach her. Heading southwest, the family has left on a long journey, crossing the plains and then soaring over the mountains, covering 300 kilometers in one day. The mother has just realized that she's forgotten her youngster. She's got to find her immediately. As she flies back to the lake, the father continues the journey with his young. He'll slow down the rhythm, knowing that his companion will be joining him soon. The mother checks every part of the landscape. There she is. With one flap of the wings, mother and daughter are reunited. She places her youngster in her wake and redoubles her efforts, hoping to join the family before nightfall. There they are. Has the young rebel learned her lesson? Adult geese are extraordinarily patient with their young and confident as well. They never give up on them. The plains of Alsace are rich and fertile. Man has lived here for a long time on the banks of the Rhine, cultivating its hills. Just above these medieval villages, a medium-sized massif rises up, the Vosges. A sumptuous flora transformed this relief into a magic forest. Beech, oak, spruce, and pine trees grow here in abundance, rivaling each other in terms of size. Some of these centuries-old trees can reach a height of 15 meters. It's a rich and protective habitat for a large fauna that enjoys the generosity of this forest. Another animal with a ravenous appetite lives in these forests. More discreet than the bear, but just as energetic. The badger is the most home-loving of mammals. Miss Badger lives here. Her life is organized with great precision. She wakes up at 7, takes care of her little business behind the big tree at 7:05, breakfast at 7:10, she cleans herself up at 7:15, followed by a tour of the property until 8 o'clock. Although her schedule doesn't usually change, today an important project is going to disturb her routine. This morning she feels the pressing need to start a family. Finding a Mr. Badger is therefore of vital importance, and she knows, since she's already picked up the scent, where to find a handsome male partner. But before choosing her lucky mate, Mrs. Badger has to find a home for a future family. Like any respectable badger, she needs a home with one main entrance and several secondary exits. More important, however, is finding the right terrain. And so, digging begins. This ground is too light. Better look elsewhere. Oh, sorry, madam. This might do. No, it won't do at all. And here? Not so great either. Ah, this looks just right. A high ceiling, visible beams. A fox has already done a good part of the work. This will be just fine. And Mr. Badger will help with the finishing touches. Miss Badger knows that a few respectable males live on the other side of the lake. What's important is to avoid a fickle, unfaithful male. Certain males accept the invitation willingly, only to leave the moment the youngsters are born. A male has left his odor as he passed by. Where's he hiding? In a universe of caves and labyrinths, one can search for weeks without finding one another. Ah, there he is. What's more, he looks like a hard worker. That's a good sign. He agrees. Miss Badger is happy. No, the house is on the other side of the lake. This way, Mr. Badger. Mr. and Mrs. Badger can now furnish their family home. To do so, they have to dig out 40 tons of earth to create galleries in several levels. Soon, 5 young badgers will be waking up at 7 a.m., doing their business at 7:05, breakfast at 7:10, cleaning up at 7:50, and touring their Going down towards the plains of central France, thousands of hectares of nature surround the spaces inhabited by man. Just outside of Paris, there's a forest whose beauty and unique nature attracted the kings of France for centuries. Fontainebleau is a royal forest. For 1,500 years, it has been protected by the kings of France. In this forest of oak, moors, and desert sand, in these elusively shaped rocky massives, the world's royalty would come together to ride and hunt. Dogs have been through the undergrowth of this magic forest thousands of times. An incredible story has been perpetuated here for centuries. A story of complicity and rivalry between two kings. One often talks about inseparable deer, and it's true that 2 deer can spend their entire life together. These 2 10-pointer royal males are a perfect example. The 2 friends are both 7 years old and have been together since birth. The first deer is fearful, deeply worried, and spends his time waiting for danger. The second deer is careless and sometimes oblivious to danger. The fearful deer's ears can hear the slightest sound within a radius of 300 meters. The careless animal, however, has a quality he cultivates to perfection: his nose. He knows how to find the best food in any season: willow leaves and tender ivy. We can understand why these two deer form a couple. They warn each other of the danger and share the food they find. They are partners in everything and are never out of each other's sight. The deer have a territory they know by heart and a network of trails that they use all their lives and which cross our paths. These routes are transmitted from doe to deer, from generation to generation. The deer has been hunted by the wolf for thousands of years. To escape their highly organized packs, they have developed a number of tricks. Although wolves are coming back to France, the danger often comes from their descendants, dogs. The tricks, however, for escaping them are the same. Getting away from the pack as quickly as possible, but especially getting rid of the odor, which dogs can trace for hours. Passing through dry terrain in order to weaken the odor. Entering the water and hiding, using it as camouflage. The odor spreads in the water and becomes imprecise. Even the sharp noses of the dogs are losing their trail. The deer have escaped the pack. The careless deer remains calm, but his fearful partner is still stressed out, and so once again they help each other. When it's time to rest, they find a well-protected hiding place to shelter. They spend the entire winter, spring, and summer together. But with the changing of season comes the fateful moment of their lives, when their story shifts dramatically. It's autumn. Their antlers have lost their velvet texture. Their coat has grown and turned black. A hormone in their body is multiplied 1,000-fold. Testosterone. They can only think of one thing, the does. Each deer approaches the herd from a different side, one through the plain, the other from the water. testing their power of seduction, mingling with the females to smell their fragrance. The squall stimulates the female's ovulation and activates their going into heat. From that moment on, sharing is impossible. The fearful one becomes fearless. Complicity is totally forgotten. Forcing the other to give up in front of the females. The does await the verdict. The fearful deer is the strongest. His bellowing rings out like a cry of victory. The careless deer surrenders. The females gather round their hero. He will mate with them for an entire month and prevent any new pretender from stealing his throne. His careless friend will remain alone, but when the first cold days of winter arrive, as if nothing had happened, the two friends will become allies once again for a new season of complicity. Wild animals have lived side by side with us for thousands of years, and they've had to adapt to our presence and our activities. Some are dangerous, but others can be beneficial. A great many animals have passed through Mary's hands. Ever since she was a child, when she recognized her calling, Mary has been coming to the aid of animals in need. Her reputation has gone far beyond the borders of her community, and as soon as an animal is in difficulty, it's she who is called upon. The most frequent animal wounds are from accidents with cars. For a variety of reasons, newborns and youngsters fall from their nests. Hunting is sometimes the cause as well. In the spring, she receives more than 120 species in her home, meaning up to 70 baby bottles administered per day. Mary's dilemma is that she has to provide affection to all of her convalescing animals. But this affection has to include getting them used to the presence of man, without doing too much, since there's a risk of the animal becoming too attached to its human benefactors. Mary is like a surrogate mother, and a maternal relationship is created with each animal. The treatment she administers to the sparrows is the same for all the youngsters: warmth, constancy, and permanent attention. The little owls, with their golden eyes and their grumbling look, are very playful. They like to play hide and seek with Mary. Games like these create complicity. Most of the animals know how to call for Mary when they need her. In her presence, their innate fears vanish, and ironically, prey and predator make peace with each other. In Mary's opinion, the animals are receptive to encouragements. Simply telling them, "Go on, hang in there, do it for me," gives them the strength to fight their illness. Animals are like us, she says, and if you encourage them, if you love them, if you motivate them, they'll make the effort. She feels that some of them even get better just to please her. But she doesn't want them to get too attached to her and forget their wild impulses. When an animal is back in good health, Mary needs all of her courage. Releasing them isn't easy. A part of Mary leaves with them. Giving back their freedom is Mary's special gift. On the Atlantic side of France, in the Poitou-Charentes region, there's a very unique type of territory known as the Marais Poitevin, a natural space shaped by man. 100,000 hectares of inundated land. Today, these spaces where seawater and freshwater come together have created an incredible ecosystem with a flourishing wildlife. Julian has been exploring these wetlands ever since his childhood, and he knows all its secrets.
Oyez, oyez, citoyens du monde!
Julian is the living memory of this territory. His passion is to talk about the land in the manner of town criers of the past. This inveterate storyteller spreads the word about the wetlands to anyone ready to be charmed by its tales. He guides us through its meanders in order to discover the incredible stories of the wildlife living here. Part of the swampland is filled with water all year long, the Roselière. In spring, all the creatures give life to a new generation. One of them requires a transformation reminiscent of a science fiction story to create its offspring. The dragonfly undergoes a metamorphosis. The small larva has spent more than a year under the water. Its perilous transformation will take place tonight. A high ground is required. Tonight, its life is going to change. The ugly aquatic larva is going to become the handsome emperor dragonfly. The liberation can begin. Sucking in the air and inflating its new body, its thorax breaks the envelope. It sheds its former skin. Its new feet come out easily, but the dragonfly can't use them yet. They're still too soft. No question of falling now. Wait for the feet to harden. The mutant is now in a totally vulnerable state. At last, its feet are ready. They're going to be able to grip its former head. Extracting the abdomen, the final step before leaving its former body. The young dragonfly deploys its new body. The wings unfurl, humid and soft. Any movement could attract the curiosity of a predator. It's a critical moment. Suddenly, the miracle occurs. The wings are deployed never to close up again. In the early morning, it's finally ready. The dragonfly flaps its wings and reveals its attractive new appearance. 4 independent wings on a perfectly aerodynamic body. The small aquatic larva that came out of the water last night has become one of the most sophisticated flying creatures in the world. No machine can come close to the perfection and dexterity of a dragonfly in flight. Soon, it will find a partner. And the cycle will begin again. When man first arrived here in prehistoric times, the site was an immense marshland invaded by insects. In the 12th century, communities of monks settled here and began the monumental task of drying up the swamps. They built dams to prevent the water from rising, dug canals to evacuate the rainwater, thus freeing the incredibly fertile soil. Agriculture and animal breeding prospered, giving these formerly hostile lands an unimaginable wealth. In a part of the marshes, Julia knows of an area left fallow by man and which has been taken over by animals. The ash trees which were once used for firewood have been abandoned. They have since been deployed, giving birth to a magnificent space. It's a secret spot that can only be seen from the sky. A forest where in spring one hears the shouts of 1,000 youngsters. A nursery for colonies of herons, the Héronières. But although it's paradise for some, it's also the scene of tragedy for others. These fledglings are 3 weeks old and are constantly hungry. Their parents spend every day searching for food to satisfy their ravenous appetites. Something, however, is not right. One of the 3 youngsters stands back, while the other 2 devour everything their mother regurgitates. And yet, he's hungry too. Usually, the adults take 3 to 4 hour shifts, but the male in this family disappeared. So the mother is required to execute a constant aerial ballet to feed her young. She has to fly up to 30 kilometers to find fishing sites. Competition is fierce in the swamp. She's not the only one fishing for a family of 4. The mother doubles her efforts for her 3 youngsters, but a struggle amongst the brothers has already begun. The 2 stronger siblings have joined together against the weakest. More frail and less active, he can only eat the leftovers. The problem is there aren't any. A single parent cannot possibly feed all 3. Instinctively, they attack their little brother. It's not just a simple rivalry, but a fratricidal struggle for survival. The weakest of the 3 will die, so that the other 2 can live, and there's nothing the mother can do to prevent it. The laws of nature can often be merciless. The best way to understand the complexity of this region is from the sky. The Marais Poitevin is an extraordinary labyrinth of infinite number of canals. They drain the water towards the sea. This network of land arteries acts as a filter on the water that descends from the center of the country. The wetlands capture alluvia, treat it and cast clean, healthy water into the sea. These high-quality waters are a godsend for the reproduction of the region's species. A great many birds come here to nest and to lay their eggs. But the countryside abounds with predators of all kinds. Frank is one of these. His passion is finding the greatest number of fledglings in a period of a few days. Frank, however, is a blessing for his prey. His mission for the Museum of Natural History is to give the young birds he finds an identity tag. He travels through the swamps from morning till night, looking for the most hidden areas. His objective is to protect those who have unknowingly placed themselves in harm's way. The short-eared owl nestles on the ground, and this tendency can often be fatal since it cannot tell the difference between high grass and a cultivated field. This species of owl is threatened with extinction. Frank's job is to alert farmers to the fact that beneath their feet they possess a real treasure. He asks them to be careful, not to cut the birds into shreds as they reap their crops. This knowledge and this reverence for life make each of us capable of preserving what lives next to us. More and more bird species nowadays live close to man, because in our environment, there are fewer natural predators. Without knowing it, we offer them our protection. The jackdaw is a small mischievous bird whose delicate odor Frank adores. For Frank, smelling the aroma of a bird is a way of capturing its essence, while still allowing it to remain free. Thanks to people like Frank, millions of birds are identified every year, allowing to follow their migratory routes, making it possible to intervene in the event of an epidemic. Julian has other surprises in store for us. When night falls over the marshes, other creatures wake up and leave to go hunting. The Rhinolophus bat is one of many species living in France. But for one of these bats, hunting is over for the day. She has to rush back to her colony's nest since the big moment has arrived. Tonight, she's going to give birth to her first infant. Like swallows, bats live under man-made roofs. Although Rhinolophus bats prefer living communally, our future mother finds a more isolated space in order to give birth in privacy. The contractions have begun. The head appears first. The mother begins by cleaning her offspring. She licks it and frees its ears, which were stuck to its head. The newborn is free, and it descends naturally, searching for her nipples. With her wings, she envelops and protects the youngster from a possible fall. The Massif Central, in the center of France, possesses numerous volcanoes eroded by time. Further south, we find the incredible diversity of the Cevennes region. The river water descending from the granite mountains have carved the contours of this calcareous region. Over time, the water has dug out canyons hundreds of meters deep. In recent years, an extraordinary animal has once again taken up residence on the cliffs of this region, the griffon vulture. It lives in colonies and is dependent on the actions of the group. The vulture has invented a collective strategy for finding its prey, a sophisticated procedure which is repeated every day. It's 6 a.m. and the sun hasn't yet penetrated the depth of the canyons. Without the warmth of the sun, the vulture cannot fly. In spite of its hunger, there's no question of moving yet. At last, the air can carry them. Like an air squadron, dozens of vultures take off. They gain altitude thanks to the warm currents. They can now fully demonstrate the exceptional talent of dividing up the territory. The large birds take their positions over several kilometers. They scan every inch of their hunting ground, but never lose track of the other vultures, for a very good reason. If one of them spots a prey, it immediately dives down after it. The other vultures haven't seen the prey, but they've noticed the absence of one of them. This means there's something to eat down below. In a matter of seconds, the entire colony gathers around for the feast. The work of one individual benefits everyone. Sharing is the price to pay for the colony's survival. Each bird can now return to its nest with a part of the treasure for its youngsters. The formidable work of vultures rids nature of corpses and their bacterial pollution, thus preventing the contamination of the water table. Thanks to them, these lands are now clean, to the benefit of all the inhabitants. To the north of the Cevennes, the Lozère region with its high plateaus is lashed by the wind. Protestants took refuge here to escape being massacred during the Great Religious Wars. This was once the scene of numerous combats of faith. In spite of its austere nature, it's here that the greatest number of rivers are born. One of the most famous takes its source on Mount Lozère, the Tarn. During the first warm rays of the sun in the spring, the Tarn reaches its optimum strength. Eric wants to challenge the river when it's at its most dangerous. But before measuring himself against its force, the extreme kayak racing champion wants to feel its currents. He wants to become one with the river and go as far as it will allow him. Eric knows that he can't fight its power. The slightest error is unforgivable. The force of the currents will crush, shatter, and drown him. Eric experiences extreme pressure. During such moments, a feeling of completeness invades his spirit. His passion was born on this river, and ever since, when spring arrives, he comes to pay tribute to it. The rivers cross and nourish the land, just as the blood in our veins nourishes our bodies. They are the country's precious treasures. The rivers of France have attracted a newcomer from a bygone era, the otter. With nostrils capable of fitting underwater, eyes that can change shape to adapt to different modifications of light, streamlined body, powerful webbed feet, and nasal hairs that enable the otter to detect the slightest movement of any underwater prey. The otter has a huge number of powers. Beauty, however, attracts jealousies. The otter's thick, soft and warm fur made it the victim of hunters in the past, who used the fur to clothe kings and queens. The otter reigns over 40 kilometers of river. When it leaves to hunt for food, this aquatic beauty can be terrifying. Everyone goes into hiding. If a fish sees an otter, it's already too late. If you see one, don't try to challenge it. The otter can remain underwater for 8 minutes. An insect endemic to the Cevennes lives in the Lozère Mountains, the black bee. It has existed on our planet since prehistoric times, and yet it might have disappeared were it not for people who watch over it and protect it. This flower-loving insect is a workaholic. It works much more than necessary, in fact, which is what enables man to enjoy some of the honey it produces above all for itself. Yves is a very special kind of beekeeper, and his honey is famous for its aroma and its unique taste. Yves' ability for getting the best out of his bees stems from his thorough knowledge of their society and rules. His talents borders on alchemy. To house his bees, Yves builds them trunk hives, which are imitations of their natural habitat. In these chestnut tree trunks, thousands of workers live around their queen. The black bee has a highly sophisticated sense of vision, reminiscent of advanced technology. Attracted by vivid colors, it looks for the nectar of the finest flowers, but on its return trip to the hive, to conserve its energy, it passes from color to black and white mode. A subtle moderation for the bee. When the scout detects an important source of food, it transmits the information to the hive. By a series of dances and gesticulations, it indicates the direction, the distance, and even the quantity of pollen available. This is how the pollen gatherers are recruited. To preserve the health of his bees, Yves practices a delicate operation every year. He creates a new swarm. He coaxes the old queen into entering the trap just above. As soon as she's inside, he can claim victory. The departure of the old queen provokes the rapid and spontaneous appearance of a very dynamic, very prolific new queen. But he also wants to preserve and protect the species and prevent the black bee from disappearing as a result of inbreeding with other bees. He therefore transports the old queen to a secret site where no other variety of bee lives. He won't take any honey, as he allows these swarms to reorganize. In this way, the black bee species can be preserved. A bee lives for barely 30 days, becoming in turn a cleaner, nursemaid, builder, domestic, and guardian. It's only after this entire series of initial tasks that the bee can become a nectar gatherer. Then one day, it falls to the ground, struck down by fatigue. Throughout its entire existence, a bee produces about 7 grams of honey. To the south of the shores of mainland France lies an island of majestic beauty. From its mountainous barriers, extraordinary valleys, ravines, and canyons, a legend recounts that the sun made such intense love with the sea that a child was born. Corsica. We're now in the Scandola Reserve. Dominated by the Genoese towers of Galeria, the cliffs plunge gracefully into the Mediterranean. Scandola is dedicated to the preservation of the island's natural land and sea treasures. This unique site has been classified UNESCO's World Heritage. The symbol of the reserve, the osprey, which almost disappeared here, is back again. Although Scandola on land is magnificent, it's under the sea that this reserve conceals its greatest treasures. To protect this exceptional heritage, one man has devoted his adult life for more than 30 years. Jean-Marie is the curator of the site. He has an appointment with a creature from the ocean depths. Each time he dives, as if it knew, the carnivorous creature rises from the abyss. But it does so without any warning. It chooses its hour. The fish here have no fear of man. They're not hunted, and we represent no danger for them. This herbarium is one of the Mediterranean's major ecosystems, an underwater prairie which provides nature with 20 liters of oxygen per square meter per day. Scandola is a favorite spot for fish to spawn their eggs. The eggs laid here are carried by the current outside the limits of the reserve and nurture all the neighboring marine depths. All of these fish species will flourish and guarantee their presence on the country's coasts. There it is, waiting. The grouper is accustomed to living in a total safety at a depth of 100 meters. But in these protected waters, it has no qualms about swimming to the surface. Why does it systematically greet him? Is it really accustomed to this man in a bubble? Who are you? The love life of the grouper is one of the world's most surprising, to say the least. The grouper is a hermaphrodite. All young groupers are born as females and at the age of 10, change sex and become males. Males and females come together in early summer to reproduce. They dance and change colors as means of seduction. This is the outstanding nuptial parade of the groupers. The grouper almost disappeared from the Mediterranean coasts, but it once again reigns supreme thanks to reserves like Scandola. The Fango Delta is just a few hundred meters away from Scandola, a beach where fresh water joins the sea. In these natural ponds, a species of animal that has existed since the beginning of time flourishes, the cistude. It's the mating season, and this particular turtle has a curious seduction tactic. As a cold-blooded reptile before mating, it has to recover its energy thanks to the sun rays. Quickly, to the solarium. No time to lose before the crowd takes the best places. Oops, too late. This makeshift raft will do just fine as a deck chair. No, this is definitely not a good idea. Over there, an isolated female? The technique is quite simple, you see. Without her seeing, to take his mate by surprise and keep her head under water to prevent her from moving and breathing. No one in the colony seems to be shocked in the least. The cistude turtle is somewhat brutal, but that's how they reproduce. As soon as one moves away from the coast, this mountainous island becomes prickly and hostile, with a maquis of thick, sharp-cutting and thorny bramble bushes. To survive in this vegetal barbed wire, one needs to be made of bronze and have an incredibly thick skin. The king of this terrain is the wild boar. Most wild boars live in groups and never separate. Certain individuals, however, have a fairly surprising behavior. This large male is a case in point. He's coupled with all the females, resulting in the birth of a great many young boars. Is he getting bored? Is he frustrated by the attitude of the sows which no longer accord him their favor? Or is he filled with an irrepressible spirit of conquest? The male abandons his herd in search of adventure in other valleys. Equipped with the world's most extraordinary snout, the boar can distinguish odors on the ground left by other animals several days ago. A herd of boar came by here 3 days ago. About 15 individuals, lots of youngsters, mothers, and, wait a minute, an uncoupled sow. Just what he needs. He's 3 days late, and in 3 days the group has covered a great deal of territory. His snout, however, can guide him over dozens of kilometers without the slightest wrong turn. The only thing that could make him lose the trail is the water. Has the female crossed the river? It's over there. Time to cross over. In spite of his hunger, the armored warrior continues his trek. Day and night, he stubbornly follows this invisible trail which brings him closer to his female with every passing hour. After 2 days without stopping, he senses his reward is near. There they are, the herd and the young female. That's definitely her. As if they understand each other with a sense of modesty characteristic of their species, the two animals join together to find a discreet site, far from curious eyes. And now it's time for a nice bath. To coat the body with a thick layer of mud in order to eliminate any ticks that could sting and itch. The adventure he has just experienced has whetted his appetite, and he's ready once again to leave in search of new conquests. The sexual drive of these large solitary males has an important genetic function for the different boar populations. Thanks to these adventurous individuals, the wild boar herds will not deteriorate as a result of inbreeding. The gentleness of the climate and the fantastic Mediterranean location of Corsica have attracted a number of different populations throughout the ages. Some of them have settled in the mountains. In the commune of Venaco, the inhabitants have preserved the gestures of the ancestors. And animals other than wild boars travel long distances through the Corsican mountains. At the end of spring, when the sun's rays warm the earth, goats and sheep head naturally for the summits. The herds do not need anyone, not even the dogs that follow them, to reach the cooler climates of the mountains. Paul is their shepherd. He's been following them for 30 years. And when they decide to leave, he has to go. He leaves the village to spend 5 months at an altitude of more than 1,800 meters. After a day of climbing, the animals on their own find the pastures where they'll be spending the hot months. The summer can now arrive. An uncontrollable instinct flows through the veins of these animals. In the past, some sheep left for the mountains and became what they were before being domesticated by man: wild sheep. In the neighboring valley, the boar has finally found a herd with which he can enjoy spending time without having to head for the mountains. A few hundred kilometers away, the bear is looking for a winter den. He puts together a few branches and makes a soft downy nest in the shadow of the spruce trees. The deer are back together. The two rivals have forgotten their rivalry. A new year of complicity can begin. The vultures continue to look for a new treasure, which they don't have to share this time. The bat is now teaching a young to hunt. The two wolf cubs have become adolescents and follow their pack without fear of the lightning. The dragonfly has found a partner and will give birth to a new generation of dragonflies. The marmots take advantage of the last days of sunshine before their long hibernation. Mr. and Mrs. Badger have had an argument. They've decided to separate by mutual consent. The entire family have succeeded in crossing France from north to south. What remains now is to cross the high mountains. A final ordeal that requires all their strength. The difficulties of traveling have changed the attitude of the young rebel. Her parents sometimes even let her lead the formation. With enormous courage, these birds have been confronting the elements for thousands of years in order to survive and continue to feed our imagination. The geese will spend the winter in southern climes and return in the spring to once again soar above the fascinating lands of France. The Atlantic winds blow on a country blessed by nature. A country where the rich, fertile, and well-watered soil has given birth to an exceptional wildlife. This country is France, and you're about to see it as never before. Where are these cranes heading on such a beautiful morning? They are crossing a land whose beauty has captivated man since the dawn of time. France. The animals that live here have fabulous adventures to recount. Some challenge one another and fight. Others help each other and form friendships, passing on their knowledge to the little ones. They can lie, pretend, and even cheat. They can be cruel. They travel vast distances high above our heads. They choose partners for life or just for the night. Some men look out for them. Some even form alliances with them. From the highest mountaintops to the shores of the great oceans, these are the secrets of the French wilderness. An epic voyage into this untamed land. Wild France. Our story begins in a valley in the Jura. Deep in the forest, an important event has just taken place. He has just fallen from his mother's womb. Nature whispers its first instruction: don't let anyone see you. His first hours are crucial. If a predator finds him, it's over. Perhaps that's why his mother has moved away. Sleep. Slowly build up the strength. No. The will to live is too strong. And now try to find his balance. Nature is so well prepared that in a few steps the fawn has found the answer. the answer, and his mother. But she cannot stay near him too long. They are too visible. A quick signal, and he is out of sight once more. Wait until she returns. Wait to grow up. One day, the little prince will become a king. He's a young fawn, and he has his whole life ahead of him. A wall of mountains, 300 kilometers long, rises up at the border with Switzerland. The Jura. As the name suggests, it was formed during the Great Jurassic period 200 million years ago, when dinosaurs still roamed the planet. Once submerged by tropical seas, today it is covered by a vast wild forest. The first men here hunted mammoths and woolly rhinoceroses. Then farmers tried their luck here and stayed. This kingdom is ruled by the last big cat in Europe, a creature of legend, the lynx. Legendary, yet fragile. In the 20th century, the lynx disappeared. It is now making a comeback in the Jura. A handful of men watch over them. Stefan Regazzoni is one such man. He has surveyed the mountains and tracked these big cats for 20 years. He studies how they live. Last spring, Stefan found a mother's den. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There were 3 cubs, still half blind. Have they survived? They should be grown up by now. His mission is to find them again. Not an easy task. Lynxes are the most secretive animals. Most active at twilight, they rarely leave a trace of their presence. The lynx often lies in wait, hiding and waiting for its prey exactly where it knows they will be. It prefers, though, to stalk its prey, following without making the faintest noise, and catching them before they have a chance to escape. It hides away its victims and comes back over several days to feed. Stefan has just entered the mother's territory. When you're looking for a lynx, it will always see you first. Stefan senses he's been watched. She's protecting her cubs. It means they're still alive. That's where they're hiding. Only 2 of them. One must have died. Through play, they learn how to hunt. Their mother is watching over them. She knows he's here. Here they have everything they need to survive. Soon she'll bring them along to hunt. When they can fend for themselves, they'll leave and each find their own territory. The lynx has once again returned. In the forest of France lives another legendary being, a giant that has watched men pass beneath for many ages, the oak. The oak arrived from Italy 10,000 years ago. But how did he make the journey? That's one of nature's most beautiful secrets. It lives for hundreds of years and provides services to a multitude of living creatures. Some have built their homes in it. Some feed off the bark. Some eat the leaves. And some eat those that eat the leaves. Some feed on its roots, and others on its fruit, acorns. The oak's main problem is that its acorns cannot become oaks under its own shade. Where they land, there isn't enough light. Among its inhabitants, one little animal does the oak a great service, without even realizing. Every autumn, the squirrel prepares his winter store. As soon as the acorns are ripe, he begins his frantic task. The most important thing is to hide them well, so no one can steal them. But there are spies everywhere. Another lost acorn. All his neighbors are thieves. They watch him come and go, trying to find where he has buried his treasure. Why him? The big nose didn't see anything. He must have seen. This time he won't have his treasure. It was right there. No, there. Or maybe here. This seems like a good place. Better go a bit further. He won't follow this far away. The big noses are lazy. That's right, get lost. The acorn is safe, and one of nature's wonders has been carried out. Over the next few weeks, our squirrel will bury thousands of acorns in the forest. Sometimes he will travel hundreds of meters to find a good hiding place. The oak's great fortune lies in the squirrel's imperfect memory. When winter arrives, he'll feed from his various hiding places, but he won't remember half of them. The oak will benefit greatly from his forgetfulness, as the following spring, in a distant clearing, the squirrel's forgotten fruits will germinate and in turn become oaks themselves. That's how, over thousands of years, these immovable giants have conquered foreign lands. From southern Italy, the oak has managed to spread beyond its borders. In the west of the country, a strong headland rises up towards the Atlantic, a granite peninsula caressed by an ocean of untold riches. The horizon for many travelers. A paradise for so many creatures. From here, men left to conquer the world. Here they returned and built the cities of their dreams. We are in Brittany. Pushed by the wind and pulled by the moon, water and land have lived side by side for thousands of years. A very long time ago, life left the depth of the ocean and seized the shore. Deep down, the rocks bear witness to this time. Every year, here in Cap Fréhel, an incredible story of life and death takes place. In spring, the cliffs welcome an animal that has traveled from distant northern lands, from Iceland, Greenland. A flying penguin capable of covering 6,000 kilometers a year, diving to depths of 180 meters, and living at sea for months on end. The guillemot is a tuxedo-wearing phenomenon. They nest on the cliffs of the Cape so they can be safe from predators. To stop them rolling and falling off the cliffs, the guillemot's eggs are pear-shaped. If they roll, they come back. Clever. For one of them, today is the big day. The chick is now 3 weeks old. His parents hatched him, fed him, protected him. Now the moment has come to leave the nest and head out to sea. His parents know that now they must abandon him. Alone, into the void. Get him to jump. Call him until he makes up his own mind. How? He can't fly. The only option is to jump. Impossible. But he has to. They call again and again. Further away, another chick decides to jump. The big beaks are there. Many young birds don't make it to the sea. Now it's his turn. They've seen him. He ignores his parents and waits for night. Does he know seagulls stop hunting at sunset? This is it. He can do it. His parents are there. Now they can leave. He'll be back next spring with a mate and a beautiful black and white coat. The sea doesn't just attract animals. Many men and women have a mysterious attraction to the deep. That is the case for Frédérique Pichard. For the last 20 years, she has been forming a close friendship with an ambassador dolphin. Ambassadors are dolphins that have decided to leave their pods for closer contact with the human world. Some individuals go from port to port. They seem to desire relationships with us. Frédérique believes they are messengers. Every year she has a rendezvous with one of them, Donnie. Today she has decided to bring her daughter. Adelie hasn't seen Donnie since she was 12. Well, the time has come to make contact again. The encounter with Donnie changes from year to year. She knows that her friend is close.
Il est là.
The dolphin reminds us of our inner child, our life force, joy. She says you have to become one with the spirit of the dolphin, half asleep, half awake, in a semi-conscious state. Donnie helps her reconnect with herself. He decides when he wants to leave. Maybe to find his fellow dolphins. Do these messengers from the sea have knowledge to teach us? Perhaps we will find out in the future, when Donnie returns. This peaceful world can be transformed into a white fury. How can anything possibly survive in this hell? On our coasts, one mammal has decided to spend his entire life in the water. It is an animal of extraordinary abilities. The seal is a wonder of evolution. To live in these extreme conditions, it has developed highly precise skills. First, it takes in very little air before diving, but stores oxygen in its muscles. Then, it slows its heart rate to 5 beats a minute. Finally, it drops the temperature of its extremities, concentrating body heat around its heart. Our marvel has one obsession in life: doing nothing and having a good sleep. More than anything, he hates being disturbed during a nap. The young have no respect for the adult's peace and quiet. Better find another spot. Nothing will stop him doing nothing. Well, floating does have its benefits. Rocking gently, opening his nostrils once every 15 minutes. Really though, the best naps are to be had on dry land in the sunshine. In his colony, during working hours, the worthiest have their spot. Here are the females, and a large male. Best not to disturb him. A rock just below the low tide will do. The advantage, it's easy to get on. The best position here is the banana attitude. Beware, keep your flippers dry. Through them, the sun heats your entire body. Complete bliss. When the tide rises, just let it carry you up. And now for a change, find a quiet place. Seals spend 15 hours a day sleeping. The rest of the time they're thinking about their next nap. In central France, a great wild river crosses the country, the Loire. Over time, it has carved out the curves of a majestic valley. Its many rivers and streams have guided migrating birds for thousands of years. One of them we think we know well, but its private life is more surprising than it seems. This young pair of swans has been traveling for several days. They're looking for a quiet place to spend their honeymoon. Under the arches of the Château Chenonceau, they can finally be together and start a family. With swans, though, everything must be done correctly. She's a virtuous maiden and won't grant a suitor favor without a committed courtship. Seduction in 1,000 ways. They synchronize their movements in perfect harmony. A few weeks later, life suddenly hatches out. From their love, 3 chicks are born to their great pride. 2 white and 1 grey. It may mean nothing, but the grey was born a few hours after the others. Swans can swim from birth, but will have to learn to fly. With their first steps, the 3 little ones head for the water. 2 white and 1 grey. Is it because of his color or his late hatching? For now, the little grey is on his own. First lesson, learn to eat. The best way is by observing. How does she do it? To reach their favorite food, they need long necks. The little ones are still lacking that particular attribute. And these delicacies are out of reach. At last, they feed off the treats collected by their elders. Under their parents' wings, the 2 whites and the grey will learn about life. Their fluffy down will turn one day to feathers. They have 4 months to learn to fly, to strengthen their wings and become birds. It's September. The chicks have grown and are ready for the big moment. Under the watchful gaze of their parents, they're about to take off. The 2 whites are the first to try. There they go. Gone. They will never come back. Now for the grey. But the white pair managed it. Why not him? Does he want to stay with his parents forever? In the swan world, the young have to leave and search for food elsewhere. It's a matter of life and death. The father attacks his son. Fear made him fly. How do his parents feel now that their last chick has left for good? Are they proud or relieved? Their mission is accomplished. Their only duty was to train their offspring, white or grey. As for him, he'll soon find a group of young swans his age. It is October, and for one inhabitant of these woods, it's time to find a winter shelter. This morning, Hedgehog must reach the place where he will sleep through the harsh winter cold. The old stump on the edge of the park. Hedgehog is blind as a bat. To get around, he must push straight ahead. The stump is on the other side of the park, behind the castle. First, he must cross Diana's garden. This park is looked after by a gardener with a particular style. For the benefit of all the park users, Grégoire's gardening methods are completely free from chemicals. By introducing lace wings onto his rose bushes, he can remove a large number of aphids. Reinforcements for the overworked ladybirds. In order to spend the next 6 months without food, Hedgehog must feast now. Today's menu: snails, leaf-wrapped slugs, raw snake. Where have they gone? This morning the slimy delicacies have deserted the vegetable patch. Not there either. Who is behind this shortage? Grégoire has a recipe to get rid of pests. He adorns his patch with thyme, sage, and chives. He plants them here and there. It does the trick. Hedgehog uses the smell to get rid of the 500 fleas that live under his 7,000 spines. For insecticide, Grégoire sprays nettle juice, natural and very effective. But today he faces an unexpected invasion. Slug attack. Grégoire has found the answer. Hedgehog. A feast, and just in time. Grégoire would like Hedgehog to stay longer in his garden. But his spiky friend has other plans. Behind Catherine's garden, his well-earned hideaway. He is finally in his winter garden. He scratches the ground, makes a nest with a few leaves. It's ready. Adapting ourselves to nature and helping without abusing, Grégoire says nature has looked after itself for millions of years. In order to sleep for the entire winter, Hedgehog is able to adjust his body temperature and keep it at just 3 degrees above the outside temperature. As if the whole world is balanced within a few degrees. Another globetrotter awakes at the end of winter to begin a great journey. He often lives nearby, but hides underground in October and hibernates until the frosts have disappeared. Here lives Mr. Toad. And tonight is his big night. An irresistible force calls him from several kilometers away to the place where he was born. He has to get there before sunrise. But how can he resist the taste of a juicy earthworm? He hasn't eaten for 6 months. Delicious. And he's off again. What's this journey for? To find a mate. For at this journey's end awaits the future Mrs. Toad. But Mr. Toad is not alone. Just like him, hundreds of suitors have awoken tonight to fulfill their destiny. They are all heading in the same direction. Some males have found a less tiring way to travel, hanging on the back of a female. Female toads are larger than the males. Do or die. Everyone will meet at the pond, but there are often more males than females. If only he could find one before he gets there. Never mind. Here the humans have built a toad path so they can cross the main road. Safer, but busier. Tonight, while the humans sleep, hundreds of amphibians will cross the village. Not all will make it. Mr. Toad is resigned to traveling alone, but if he wants a mate, he'll have to be the first to arrive. There it is, the pond where he was born. Now to find his princess. There she is. Those golden eyes, that skin. Mr. Toad is thrilled. The two lovers will spend several days stuck to each other. Mrs. Toad will lay 7,000 eggs in the water, and Mr. Toad, well placed, will fertilize them all. Then Mr. Toad will return to his summer home, alone. Every year in February, millions of amphibians perform the same ritual. If you see them on the road, please don't run over them. Love is calling them. To the south of the Loire, the Massif Central slopes gently down to the Great Plains. In the bends of the Aveyron, the land of 100 valleys. In this area of hills and plateaus, men have built thousands of villages and fortresses. They have redrawn the landscape in harmony with nature. Here lives a mysterious animal that is seldom seen. Its agility is as famed as its discretion. This golden-eye creature is called a genet. Where is she going so early this morning? This panther-like animal came over from Africa in the Middle Ages. Domesticated by lords for its grace and ability, it soon became a favorite at court. This elegant and useful companion spread terror among the rodent population. It protected against the plague. And so it took its place with men and women, a place which has since been taken by another, more docile predator, the cat. She continues to stalk her old hunting grounds. Her favorite prey are mice and other small rodents. As in the past, she is drawn to where they are most abundant, her rival's territory. Cats are lazy and have everything done for them. Why did they become the favorites? She chose freedom and discomfort over warmth and cat biscuits. Though she may be unwelcome, an inferior hunter won't stop her roaming where she likes. The genet sees and hears everything. She lies hidden and watches her prey. As a hunter, she is without equal. In the time of kings, it was beyond debate. The tomcat has sensed her and will chase her out. Quicker above and quicker below. With her appetite satisfied, she offers the impostor a punishment of his choice. This is the Jeanette's life now. She refuses human company. And even if she comes hunting on our grounds, she always returns to her nest in the trees. We preferred the cat. Well, she chose her way of life. In the southeast of France is Provence. Two ancient mountain ranges plunge into the blue water of the Mediterranean, the Moors and the Esterel. In summer they become dry and thorny, a scrubland of green oaks, sharp-tipped pines. The perfect environment for an animal. Tortoise's first priority of the day is to find a sunny spot. Unlike us, she isn't heated from the inside. She seeks the sun's warmth. To be at her best, she needs to reach 25 degrees. Her lizard cousin has the same aim, to bask in the sun, ideally with the least amount of effort. This is their sun deck. Now, stay still. Warming every part of their bodies. This morning, however, they have an uninvited guest. Tortoise is invincible. She fears nothing and no one, except him, the fearsome enemy that returns every year, the tortoise's worst nightmare. Daniel Manzo, Canadaire's pilot, commanding officer of Marseille Provence. A fire started in the Moors. Immediate response. 2 aircraft in operation. Tortoise knows where to find a pond in the territory, but the fire is much faster than her. Lake Sainte-Croix, load 6 tons of water, target of 15,000. Temperature rises. In a few minutes, Tortoise is going to boil in her own shell. She can't go on. This is the end. Tortoise came here in the sun to raise a temperature. She succeeded. Now she has to get it back down. Hermann's tortoises have lived exclusively on the shores of the Mediterranean for millions of years. Many of them perish in forest fires. And it's one of the reasons their survival is under threat. The heart of Provence lies in the hills that join the sea to the Alps. A land of fragrance and color. A landscape whose famous light has attracted the greatest painters, and whose warmth is a joy to countless species. Provence could tell 1,000 stories, though none is more astonishing than the transformation of a pitiful slithering creature into a majestic winged princess. This story takes place beneath an olive tree. The wild fennel is home to two neighbors, the flamboyant swallowtail and the discreet hummingbird hawk moth. From the start, the odds are against these two future butterflies. The swallowtail's color cries out poison. The moth's camouflage has the opposite aim. Still on the ground, the two caterpillars have a common predator, carnivorous ants. This formidable hunter has no mercy for anything that enters its territory. In order to become butterfly, swallowtail must quickly find a firm stalk. Moth, who has changed color along the way, must bury himself and lie still. One goes up high, the other stays low. Swallowtail attaches itself with a silk thread. Moth sleeps underground, hardens, and forms a pupa. Swallowtail becomes a chrysalis. 10 days later, the incredible metamorphosis. Today, their lives will change. They inflate and break their cocoons. They unfurl their wings. Let them dry, drawing in the sun's energy. And suddenly, the moth is ready. Now it's Swallowtail's turn. She has grace, but no control. With wings that beat 80 times a second, the hummingbird hawk moth is a wonder of precision. Being able to hover, it is the only one to feed without landing. The swallowtail's large wings are its pride, but difficult to maneuver. The two companions are reunited by the scent of the same flower and its delicious nectar. The verbena will keep the two friends busy for days. Then they will depart and start their new lives. The animals of the French countryside do not always have such peaceful relationships. In some places, the story is quite different. This is the case for two legendary rivals, the crow and the fox. The Crow family home. This morning, Master Crow has decided to teach his daughter a few of his old tricks. Her first lesson of the day is to imitate her father. Well, it was her first attempt. The vixen lives in the same area with her cubs. To feed all these mouths, Mother Fox is trapped in a perpetual dance between her den and her hunting grounds. Master Crow knows this well and sees an opportunity to feed himself at Mother Fox's expense. First of all, find her den. This is a chance to show his daughter how to trick a fox. Master Crow can eat anything, but he particularly enjoys what the vixen has caught. It's a good trick, but the best is yet to come. Here is Master Crow, delighted to show his daughter his cunning plan. When it comes to trickery, crows are experts. The vixen is on her hunting ground. The trick is to get her attention. And play the injured bird. Mother Fox knows this meal could feed her entire litter. He pulls her as far as possible from her abandoned prey. The young crow understands the trick. She refuses to share. Another lesson she'll have to learn. Master Crow has deceived Mother Fox, but she'll get her own back soon enough. The crow and the fox are always trying to trick each other. Their rivalry is centuries old. It may be that flauterers thrive on fool's credulity, but remember, little cubs, that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. In the southwest lies Aquitaine, the third largest region of France, and natural spaces with incredible diversity. It is November. A family of cranes is heading south across France. The family consists of a father, mother, and their youngest daughter, Mademoiselle. This year, she has to choose the one with whom she will spend the rest of her life. But finding a good husband won't be easy. They have come from Sweden, across France in 2 days. They fly day and night, exchanging calls to maintain contact. They know exactly where they're going. Every feature below them is fixed in their memory. Rivers, villages, and motorways are their landmarks. It is a huge effort, and Mademoiselle, less experienced than her parents, is at her limit. Can't be far. They're already crossing paths with other travelers. Argisans, with its lakes, moors, wheat fields, and wonderful roosts. They have come from all over Northern Europe, Norway, Baltic lands, Finland, Poland. "50,000 cranes congregate here to spend the 3 winter months. The site used to be a lignite mine, polluted and toxic. It was closed 10 years ago, leaving behind 1,700 hectares of wasteland. Then the cranes came and found the site much to their liking. So much so that thousands now come here. Mademoiselle's family has chosen a roost in the smaller marsh. You might think the cranes would gather based on where they come from, the Swedes with Swedes, the Germans with the Germans. Not at all. They love to mingle and meet up with the same friends year after year. And so, Mademoiselle's family settled down with their Norwegian, Lithuanian, and German neighbors. Elegant and well-mannered, Mademoiselle attracts a number of gazes. But she is not an easy catch. Among the suitors are widowers and immature youths that still don't know what they're doing. She is not interested. She has the whole winter to make up her mind. Time for a rest. With her head under her wing, she can't be disturbed by noisy neighbors. With her feet in the water, she can't be attacked by foxes. Life in Argisans follows an unchanging rhythm. Waking up, chatting, grooming, more chatting. Mademoiselle uses this time to check out her suitors. She doesn't like these ones. At about 8 o'clock, everyone leaves in search of food. Near the roofs are a number of wheat fields. The leftovers from the harvest are plenty for Mademoiselle's family. Today's menu, all you can eat, seeds and grubs. But Mademoiselle has lost her appetite. There he is, right in front of her. Young and definitely single. This is it. They are hypnotized by one another. As with swans, cranes take their time over seduction. They spend time getting to know each other. He offers her pebbles and plants. She offers him her most sophisticated ballet. Courtship will last several weeks, and they will get to know each other intimately. Mademoiselle has finally found her soulmate. They will remain together for the rest of their days. In the spring, they will head back north to nest and start a family. For cranes, Arjuzanx really is heaven. At the union of the Pyrenees and the Atlantic lies a magnificent land, the Basque Country. A colorful land of soft rolling hills. Just a stone's throw from Saint-Jean-de-Luz, in an area known as Espelette, a story unchanged by thousands of years of human contact continues to play out. In these mountains, a small primitive breed of horse still roams free. Potocs live in harems, around 20 mares and their foals and one lone male. The herd in the lowland is led by an experienced mare. Her stallion, Whitemane, is proud and possessive. Sometimes, without warning, his urges go to his head. All his fillies are pregnant. None of them accepts his advances. It's impossible to force an unwilling mare. He wants new females and knows where to find them. In these parts, there have always been two herds, one lowland, the other highland. Whitemane was born in the highlands, but had to leave. There are many mares, but they belong to a powerful stallion who has ruled unchallenged for 8 years. Blackmane is wise, tolerant, as long as no one touches his females. He lets them wander wherever they like. Life in the Highlands is much more peaceful. This calm won't last. Whitemane only has one thought: to challenge the Highland stallion, take 1 or 2 of his females, and maybe even his territory. Desire runs through his veins. Blackmane isn't as young as he was. He's counting on his strength and his spirit to defeat him. He doesn't realize that Blackmane is, in fact, his father. This morning he feels the world is his. Whitemane is consumed by his desire, and he wants a female now. Blackmane has seen him. Combat is unavoidable. The son has the upper hand, but not as cunning as his father. Blackmane attacks the ligaments of his neck with his teeth. If he cuts them, Whitemane will die. The young stallion retreats. Whitemane doesn't fear wind or rain, but he must bow to his father. He will have to be content with his herd and wait till the spring to cover his mares. One day he'll return to the Highlands and defeat Blackmane. Legend says that the rhythm of the gallop of these little horses inspired traditional Basque music. The Potocs continue to stamp the rhythms of their hooves on the mountains of the Atlantic coast. The deeper we go into the Pyrenees, the wilder it becomes. The terrain gets steeper, the animals more dangerous. Bears have been reintroduced here and wolves are coming back. Their return means a rebirth of old traditions that have practically disappeared. When the first shepherds brought their flocks here to graze, they formed an unlikely alliance. A unique arrangement of dogs, sheep, and their shepherd. Little Patou was born only a few days ago. This is a crucial moment in his life. Will he be accepted? Will he adapt? He must hear and smell the sheep day and night. That's it. Patou has been adopted. Even though his predatory instinct remains deep within, he will start to believe he's one of them, a lamb. The same goes for his brothers and sisters. For the young Patou, home is in the sheep pen. He will stay near his mother and siblings for several weeks. But soon the time will come for him to be separated. The services of our young Patou have been required in the valley. Patou is now 8 weeks old. He is about to meet the group that will become his family for life, his flock. First, the matron. Should be fine. What about her deputies? That's another matter. To them, he is an intruder. It will take some time before he is fully accepted. He will live with them for the next year and will finally begin his great adventure as a Patou. Up in the summer pastures, where the bear reigns. It's June. The flocks are making the journey up to the mountains. Christian is a shepherd. He will spend 4 months in one of the most dangerous summer pastures in the Pyrenees. He's accompanied by his sheepdog, a border collie who helps him control his flock. Young Patou accompanies his flock for the first time. He doesn't yet understand his job, and for now he's just enjoying being in the great outdoors. They come from many valleys, 4 flocks, each with their own Patou. In all, Christian will be responsible for more than 1,000 sheep. Young Patou creates a protective zone around his flock. He is ready to ward off any intruder, wild animals, dogs, or even people. But he has never seen a bear. Christian was chosen by the 4 farmers for his expertise. Last summer saw the loss of 150 sheep. victims of stray dogs, bad weather, and 3 particularly tenacious bears. That's why he's been chosen for this pasture. Christian became a shepherd at the age of 30, spending a season at the side of an old shepherd. He chose the job out of love for the mountain, the sheep, and freedom. He's ready for the arrival of his animals now. Though bad weather, the shepherd's sworn enemy is on its way too. The Patou is a perfect ally for repelling intruders, though Christian knows that he too must keep his distance. They must remain untamed and close to the sheep they protect. The 4 flocks have arrived. He can count them with a single glance. There are 4 Patous on these pastures. He is the youngest. He tries to make friends straight away, but the elders aren't interested. He'll have to learn on his own. When night falls on the mountain, the shepherd can no longer protect his sheep. Now, the Patou keeps guard. This morning, Christian found part of the flock missing. There is nothing worse for a shepherd than lost sheep. Off to find them immediately. Young Patou smells something unfamiliar. The Patou's mission is to protect the sheep when the shepherd isn't there. Thanks to them, there are 10 times fewer deadly attacks on the flocks. Christian has found the missing sheep. He has no idea of the bravery Patou has shown. This is how life goes in the mountain pastures, climbing hills, breathing in the wind, and tasting the wide open spaces. The young Patou will fulfill his role wholeheartedly for the rest of his days. Even though he will never be his master's dog, the alliance between man and dog is well understood. If you come across Patous, respect their work, go around them, and if you can't, then turn back. In the Jura, 2 months have passed since he was born. The fawn still follows his mother. He wants to be big and walk on his own. But his instinct tells him that he is prey. The oak still trusts the squirrel to scatter its fruits. Hedgehog has found a girlfriend. He would really like her to wake up. The good days are just round the corner. The seal has found a calm spot to sleep in peace. Master Crow and his daughter are still squabbling over everything. Mr. Toad can't find his stump. Someone must have moved it. Unbelievable. Little Grey has turned white and has found company. Young Patu is no longer a novice. He's even won the acceptance of his elders. The younglings have left home. Their mother is now looking for a new companion for the winter. It's the season of love. Whitemane is sure the mares won't be able to resist him any longer. The moment has come. Mademoiselle and her companion take flight for Northern Europe. They will mate and give birth to a new generation. The crane's departure signals the return of spring. Next winter, they will return with their little ones. There are wild lands where nature still conceals some of her most beautiful secrets. The Alps. A colossal mass of rock 1,300 kilometers long. Hundreds of 3,000-meter peaks hold millions of cubic meters of ice within. Steep slopes. Patches of rock exposed to the winds. Air that is cruelly low on oxygen. How have living creatures adapted to these extreme conditions? In this world where winter lasts 8 months, where the temperatures can plummet to minus 40 degrees. How are they able to mate? To raise their young? To conquer new territories? cover vast distances. How do they withstand these brutal conditions? From the highest mountain peaks to the deepest valleys, these are the astonishing stories of animals at one with the violence of the elements. An epic voyage in the last sanctuary in Europe. This is Italy, the Dolomites. This rock is in fact an ancient coral reef. It was pushed out of the sea millions of years ago. Petrified coral at 3,000 meters. Winter is almost over. There is nothing to eat. Many animals are weak. This young deer is looking for any food he can find. This is the worst time of the year. A she-wolf is on the hunt. But she is not alone. She has a family all around her. She-wolf leads the pack with her mate, her alpha male. This young deer isn't an easy prey, but she-wolf has a plan. On her signal, the action can begin. This young deer has never seen a wolf, but he knows what he has to do. It's in his genes. He has a trick to escape. He draws them right into his herd. That's exactly what She-Wolf had planned. Now she can identify the easiest prey, a sick deer. This young deer was able to escape the wolves by sacrificing one of his own. A very effective response to wolf attacks. Not the most glorious strategy, perhaps, but it does have an advantage. It removes sick deer and stops the spread of disease. That is the wolf's role in the natural world. At this time of year, deer gather in large herds. More ears to hear any dangers. More eyes to see them coming. To battle against the cold, they put certain parts of their body into hibernation and lower their heart rate. Conserving energy is the key to survival in these glacial conditions. This wolf pack have just captured their prey with a minimum of effort. This is their first meal for days. Excited by the food, the eldest son tests the limits of the family hierarchy. He challenges his father, the alpha male. He must follow the rules. Parents eat before their cubs. But the son does not want to obey. He must wait his turn, just like the others. Wolves only have one competitor in the Alps. Brown bears. This one smelled fresh meat from miles away, and he's hungry. But Alpha is no mood to back off. Normally, he would have retreated, like She-Wolf. But today, Alpha wants to show his offspring that he's still in charge. Alpha wants to stop the bear eating, harass him until he leaves. Brown bears aren't afraid of wolves. He's the strongest, and he knows it. Alpha is no longer able to lead. Immediately, all eyes turn to the other son. Everyone submits to the new leader. But not She-Wolf. She will not abandon her lifelong companion. When wolves find a partner, the bond is for life. In the Alps, finding food in the winter is a daily challenge. To manage it, some animals have come up with rather surprising strategies. This is the Gran Paradiso Massif. There is hunger in the valley. Most of the trees have been stripped. No more fruit, no more seeds. And the insects are hidden under the bark. To avoid dying of starvation, some small birds have come up with a very clever technique. They gather in groups of several species. They start by looking for an unexplored tree. Whoever finds one alerts the others. Now they can all take their positions on that day's tree. At the top, the crossbills. They keep a lookout. Just below them, willow tits break pine cones to extract the nuts. Lower down on the branches, crested tits and tree creepers search for the tiny spiders hiding under the lichen. At the bottom, cold tits and blue tits are getting excited about a butterfly larva. All these different species have found a very effective way of feeding themselves by helping one another. At the first sign of danger, they warn each other. When they have fed, they can return to their individual nests to protect themselves against the harsh conditions. A snowstorm. It quickly becomes brutally cold. A few hours of this can be lethal. What protection do they have? Some have specially adapted coats. They are capable of withstanding temperatures of -50 degrees. Some prefer to spend the winter underground. They maintain their body temperature at 4 degrees. Their heart beats once a minute, and above all, they sleep for a long time. A very long time. Except when they're cold. Marmots know that the more of them there are, the easier it is to stay warm. And to have a lot of marmots, you need to have a family. Which brings us to another challenge in the high mountains. How to find a mate when spring arrives. Some have found a rather unusual way. Mountain speed dating. This is the Beaufortin Massif. Once a year there's a gathering here, on a precise date known only by the population of European common frogs. After 9 months of deep sleep, this young male has just woken up with an irresistible urge to find a mate. This bachelor knows exactly where he needs to go, a peat bog 3 kilometers away. Why is he in such a hurry? Because where he's going, there will only be 1 female for every 5 males. Everyone is going there at the same time, so only the first to arrive will find a partner. A female. The idea is to grab her and not let her go. Oh, it's a male. This is it. We're here. A melted spot in the middle of the ice. Look at that beauty. Those golden eyes. That brown skin. She's the one. He's sure of it. Now she must accept him on her back. The secret is to show off your smooth moves. She's moving too much. Now the problem is this gang of suitors who will stop at nothing to steal his sweetheart. It might be better to look elsewhere. And here, can he cut in? The young male will not find a mate this year. And yet he is not defeated. In a place full of eggs, he is able to spread his sperm by himself. He will have offspring, and that is the most important thing. Common frogs do not live in pairs. They couple up for 1 week a year, and then go their separate ways. As the snow melts, the season of births begins. Suddenly, throughout the landscape, delicate, defenseless creatures are brought into the world. To protect their little ones, parents make inaccessible homes in the trees. They dig impenetrable dens underground. They build nests on the sheer cliff faces. But for those that live on open ground, there is no refuge. Their young are vulnerable everywhere. This is the Écrin National Park. Here the ibex have developed a collective surveillance system. This is an adult female. She is on duty for our community. This young ibex has just been born. He is not the only one. All the births have taken place in the last few days. The matriarch's job is to look out for the baby snatcher. The golden eagle. Female ibex keep watch in groups over the herd's young. A kind of high-altitude nursery. The alarm is raised. fast. Despite their dedication, the females regularly lose little ones. During the warmer months, the males settle higher up. Raising the young isn't really their thing. They prefer doing nothing really, apart from scratching their back with the tip of their horn. While the male works tirelessly, the females move on to another activity: educating their young. A young kid and its mother have set off on a journey, one that will lead them to a scarcely believable feat. For the last 50 years, all the mothers in this region lead their young on a 2-day march to carry out what appears to be an initiation ceremony. The young kid is learning the mountain and is enthralled by the agility of his feet, the incredible grip of his hooves. He tests his abilities and cannot see their limit. But he has no idea what is in store. He follows his mother with total confidence. The kid suddenly realizes that he is standing above a sheer drop. What are they doing here? They are on the dam at Lake Chingino, a wall 50 meters high. The kid doesn't know it yet, but he is a master of balance. Why did his mother bring him here? To reach the mineral salts that seep through the dam. The kid has conquered his fear, and now he can copy his mother and taste the succulent nectar of the rock. Their concave hooves act like ultra-powerful non-slip shock absorbers, suckers that stick to the rock face. Their sense of balance is an evolutionary marvel. Little Ibex has just learned something that will be essential to his survival. He will return here every year to maintain his health. All the mothers here have passed on this knowledge to their young since the dam has existed. For the kid, it's the beginning of his passage into adulthood. In a few months, at the beginning of autumn, he will be weaned and ready to leave his mother for the winter. He will go with the males And when his horns have grown, he will be able to scratch his back with them, like a proper adult. The education of offspring is a huge challenge in the high mountains. The main obligation is the length of time. Just 4 months to teach them to look after themselves before the winter. Most parents spend considerable time and energy on this task. But what about their young? Do they give the same back to their parents? Do the young look after their elders when they are less fit and healthy? Thanks to advances in knowledge, the veil is slowly being lifted on a world whose richness we could scarcely have imagined. The world of trees. In the great beech forests of the Alps, we have recently uncovered a story of parents and their children that only exists in fables. The story of the immortal tree stump. Hidden under moss, this tree stump is all that remains of a giant tree that fell more than 500 years ago. It must surely have died by now. But it hasn't. But it has no more leaves to capture the sun's energy. How is it still alive? Science has uncovered the answer. The surrounding trees have decided to help and keep it alive. They give it food. Who are these kind trees? First is the inner circle, the direct descendants of the stump. They grew from its fruits. Further out are its grandchildren and great-grandchildren. There are even trees who aren't from the same family, nor even the same species. They all form a support network to feed it. Why have they protected it from death? A useless old stump. Perhaps they care about it. Affection from one tree to another. The story of this immortal tree stump opens our eyes on an unexpected world. Why do trees help each other? One tree on its own cannot protect itself against the cold and the wind. It can't conserve the water it needs, nor fight off attacks by parasites. But a forest can. The trees depend on one another. Together, they can live for hundreds, even thousands of years. They bring benefits to a considerable number of living creatures. They act as homes, food stalls, shelters, and restaurants. This generosity is the fruit of one of nature's most extraordinary forces, the solidarity between trees. With these model parents and incredible children, we might start believing in an ideal world where everyone treats each other with kindness. That is not the case. Some parents do absolutely nothing for their young, but manage completely fine. Let's take a look at the absolute worst of them. His name is Blue. Behind the facade of a pretty, inoffensive butterfly lies the greatest con artist on the mountain. start off with, he has good intentions. Seduction, it starts with coupling up. Once she has been fertilized, the mother seeks out the purple flower of the burnet. She deposits her egg and abandons her little one, who becomes a caterpillar. Who will feed and protect it? Now begins the great con trick of the baby blue. Operation Scent Disguise. He takes the scent of an ant larva. This is it. Intrigued by the scent, a worker ant investigates. What is this young ant larva doing here? Back to the anthill, quick. The trick has worked. The short-sighted ant brings the baby back to the nursery. Now the ants feed the trickster by mouth day after day, month after month, throughout the whole winter. And the baby turns white and grows big. The ants don't even notice the gigantic size of this larva. In spring, the metamorphosis occurs. And on the crucial day, baby leaves his cocoon. The scent disguise immediately vanishes. He only has seconds before the ants turn and cut him into pieces, so he gets out quickly. He unfurls his wings, and that's it. The imposter can finally become a butterfly. There are those that take advantage of the work of others, like Blue. There are those who sacrifice everything for the collective, like the ants. There are those who fly solo, that take whatever falls at their feet, like bears. Even if it itches. So what is the best strategy for surviving in these mountains? To act alone or in a group? Bears are solitary, but they still help others, like their beloved raspberries, for example. After digesting them, they disperse their seeds throughout the mountains in their droppings. They help the raspberries without realizing. But there are also creatures with mutual relationships that depend on one another. The next story is barely believable. It is the story of an alliance between a tree and a bird. The tree is the Swiss pine. It grows right on the limit of where is possible, beyond 2,000 meters. The hardiest of trees. It can live for hundreds of years, but it has a huge problem. Its cones do not open on their own. Their fruits are imprisoned within. This means the Swiss pine cannot reproduce on its own. This is where the bird comes in, a rather peculiar bird at that. The nutcracker. The nutcracker has one great passion in life: hoarding. Small ones, medium ones, rough ones, chubby ones. He knows exactly how many they are and checks they're all in their place. That one is a medium. Where do they go? There. A little one. It can stay there. A big one. There. And that one on the side. Mid-September is the beginning of pine nut season. By instinct, the Nutcracker heads to the largest food store in the area. The Bois des Ails, one of the highest forests in Europe, home to a community of centuries-old Swiss pines. At this time of the year, they produce vast quantities of fruits, which is just what the Nutcracker is here for. First, to detach the cones. Put them on a block. Then, to get to work. His powerful beak is the perfect tool. With surgical precision, he can extract 200 pine nuts an hour. He stores them behind his tongue. In his crop, he can carry 30 at a time and store them in a safe place. There is a method for hiding them well. First, dig a hole, then bury them deep. No, not that one. 1, 2, 3. What he doesn't realize is that this wood is also a magnet for all the thieves in the region. They are waiting for the right moment. The Nutcracker covers the hole with a bit of moss. And that's it. The Nutcracker works relentlessly from morning to night. He picks, transports, and stashes 100,000 pine nuts in 3 weeks. As soon as his back is turned, thieves ransack all his stashes. They rob him of 3/4 of his fortune. Faced with the theft of his pine nuts, the Nutcracker has a solution. He covers many kilometers to hide his riches. He even hides them in the most remote places. The good news is that he forgets a large number of his hiding places. And that's how Swiss pines produce offspring, and how they move around. A tree that teams up with a bird to reproduce. We now know that helping one another is a powerful force in the natural world. The other force is competition. Until now, it was believed that survival of the fittest ruled the world, but we are beginning to change our minds. Competition is everywhere, but at its most visible during the mating season. A stag gathers his does. A rival appears from the neighboring valley. Will the victor take the does? Officially, yes. But while the two challengers are busy fighting, a young pacifist begins his courtship. He manages to woo a doe without fighting. With all due respect to the two fighters, the rule that might makes right isn't always observed. In reality, in more extreme environments, competition is less decisive. Because it has one great drawback: it uses up a lot of energy. And in the mountains, energy is a commodity one must manage with care. As soon as the stag's fighting is finished, the ibex rams begin their duels. The issue is the same. The marmots are preparing for sleep. The hares are changing color. One day, the great white blanket is back. Winter descends on the world. Those who are not prepared will not survive. Wolves are among the best adapted for the grueling life that is about to begin. Their power comes from their strong family structure. But what happens if it disappears? It's time to return to the story of the she-wolf and her alpha male. We must go back a year to the tragic end of She-Wolf's winter. That accident marked the beginning of an adventure that changed her life in the Alps. She-Wolf's companion has succumbed to his wounds. And She-Wolf hasn't summoned the strength to leave his body. Her place in the pack has already been taken. The absence of the alpha female has caused one of her daughters to go into heat. She is ready to have cubs. She is the new alpha female. What will she do? If she returns to her pack, she will have to confront her daughter. She must leave. Why does she make this choice? Because she isn't really alone. In a few weeks, she will bring another litter of cubs into the world. In a wolf pack, only the alpha female is allowed to reproduce. If she stayed, her cubs risked being killed at birth. She-Wolf was born in these mountains, but her instinct is telling her to leave. As far away as possible. To find a new land for a future family. But where to? What lies beyond these mountains? She's yet to find out. She-Wolf heads north, To avoid any encounter with other wolves, she takes a route along the mountain tops. She-wolf is not the first. Many wolves leave their packs each year in search of a new life. They travel vast distances, hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. Scientists are able to follow their movements with tracking collars. She-wolf leaves the Dolomites in March and enters Austria. In a few days, she crosses several mountain ranges. Then she turns west towards the Tyrol. She only has 3 weeks to go. Then she will give birth. A lone wolf is never really alone. She has many eyes on her, like the lammergeier. What is this huge bird after? The lammergeier is returning to the Alps after a century of absence. Like wolves, they have been wiped out by humans. People saw them as evil dragons, child killers. Was it the eyes circled in red? The strange beard? With a wingspan of 3 meters, the largest vulture in Europe is also the best glider. This male is 6 years old. He was born in the Mercantour Massif, but left when he was very young. Every year, he covers thousands of kilometers high above the Alps. But what is he looking for? For now, he is following She-wolf. Is he waiting for her to die from hunger? When it comes to diet, as you will see, the lammergeier has quite particular tastes. Now we know why the lammergeier is following She-wolf. Her nose. His efforts are finally rewarded. The lammergeier is not like other vultures. Its diet does not contain flesh or skin. He has its own special recipe. First, he breaks the carcass into smaller pieces. Then he takes the chosen morsel 50 meters up in the air, drops it delicately on a protruding rock, and that's it. Dinner is served. Broken bones. That's all the bearded vulture eats. His stomach contains the most powerful digestive acid in the living world. He only eats fresh bones, not old dry ones. She-wolf keeps moving 50 to 60 kilometers a day. From the Zillertal in the Tyrol, she crosses Austria from east to west. Then she enters Switzerland through the Canton Grisons and passes through Saint-Gothard and Monte Rosa. She skirts the imposing Matterhorn. In only a few weeks, she covers more than 1,000 kilometers. She is now in France, in the Mont Blanc Massif. She's exhausted and weakened from the journey. She must find somewhere to rest. She will soon give birth. Wolves give birth in the family's own den. Dug by the ancestors deep under the ground, it lies at the heart of their territory. It is passed down from generation to generation. She-wolf does not have a territory. She has to find a nice dry spot with access to fresh water nearby. Halfway up a hill to see any incoming danger. A hole under an old tree stump. Perfect. She gave birth during the night, a litter of 8 cubs. Two of the little ones died at birth. She ate them not to attract other predators. Many other animals would eat her cubs if they could. Foxes, crows, martens, wild boar. A lynx, the hardest predator to detect in the mountains. She can smell it, but can't see it. Lynx can lay in wait for hours. It is waiting for her to leave in search of food. She knows it, but she's hungry. For 3 weeks, she has eaten nothing but grass and earthworms. If she was still with her pack, she could leave her cubs with the other females. When the alpha mother gives birth, her daughters all start producing milk. The lynx is giving up for today, but it could be back at any time and kill her young with one flash of its claws. She-wolf is trapped, and there is an intrepid explorer in a litter. A nightmare for a lone she-wolf. What about the lynx? 3 hungry little ones are waiting for her too. She's a mother and works like all other parents in spring, protecting and feeding her young. In the 20th century, lynx totally disappeared from the Alps. Then several survivors were reintroduced in Switzerland. Thankfully, the plan worked. Today, lynx can be found across the Alpine region. The cubs are now 2 months old. It's time to discover the world and learn by watching the adults. She-wolf must be careful not to lose one along the way. Little adventurer is the most dangerous. Led by his curiosity, he can wander off without warning. Their predatory instincts are still completely dormant. They will not learn to hunt before they are a year old. At 2 months, the cubs are ready to be weaned off their mother's milk. Their mother gradually reduces the amount and begins to feed them instead with regurgitated meat. Prey hunted by the pack. None of that is possible for she-wolf. A wolf's education is a mixture of leniency and limitations. Nothing is out of bounds for a young wolf. He has to have his own experiences and learn to handle the consequences of his actions. Like learning how to recognize friends and enemies. she-wolf has found a new den. But there still isn't anything to eat, except for a few insects. This is the most difficult time. She is running out of milk. The more they need, the less she can provide. They lick her mouth to make her regurgitate food. But her stomach is empty. She's got to find a solution. There's one possibility. Sheep. They are easy to catch. But if she wants to eat a sheep, she will have to overcome an old adversary. Humans. The first people to live in the Alps settled here during the Bronze Age, 4,000 years ago. They were shepherds. This was the beginning of the long battle with the wolves. Today, in order to protect their animals, some people have decided to kill the wolves. But there is a man fighting in a different way. He is a considerable challenger for any wolf that wants to feed on livestock. This man has chosen to combat them in his own way. Matthias Corneli. This year, Matthias has agreed to take a flock in the most dangerous summer pastures in the Alps, to face the wolf packs of Vercors. Last year, 35 sheep were killed here. Local farmers have entrusted him with 650 sheep. They have spent the winter sheltered in pens, and now they need to eat soft, tender grass to fatten up and give birth. Matthias's mission is to take them up to the pastures and protect them from all dangers for 2 months. His challenge, to return at the end of the summer with all the sheep. Something no shepherd has managed here for years. The wolves are back. She-wolf is waiting for a chance. A single sheep could feed her cubs for days. The high plateau of Vercors, between the mountain ranges of Abiou and Dévoluy. Le Col de la Croix-Haute is just behind the pastures assigned to Matthias. To accompany him on his mission, he has a crack team that he has selected and trained himself. He has 2 types of dogs. Herding dogs, light and fast, and those that guard the flock, heavy and powerful. Raga is a female Beauceron. She loves her job and is by far the most active. She spends her time looking out for sheep to stray from the flock and guiding them back. She does it all to please Matthias. Leo is a little Pyrenean shepherd, light and quick with the heart of a lion. They can count on his vigilance at all times. He doesn't miss a thing. The elderly Kay is retired. She doesn't work anymore, but everyone still pretends she's essential to the team. Soon she won't be able to make the journey up into the mountains. Matthias is leading his flock onto the most dangerous ground, where the highest number of attacks have taken place. This is the Valley of Peril. This has a purpose. They must be clear right from the stars. Matthias and his dogs are here, and they're not afraid. She-Wolf has heard the message. But she has sensed a greater danger. A wolf pack is close by. There are many and ready to attack. The guard dogs take their positions. Thor takes the higher ground. He watches everything, smells everything, hears everything. Rhea goes into the middle of the flock. She is particularly attached to the sheep and mothers them as if they were her own pups. Mora takes care of the outer areas. Sometimes she ventures far from the flock to leave her scent, mark her territory, and challenge any wolf that tries to get close. What about Mastin, the young Molosser? He patrols their territory around the perimeter of the flock. The wolves work as a team. They observe and surround their prey. The scent of the sheep whets their appetite. The wolves aren't looking for a fight. They prefer to find food without running into trouble. If the dogs hold their ground, the wolves will look elsewhere. The first meeting will stay in the wolves' memory. They will remember the scents of Thor, Mora, and Mastin. Next time, they'll pass them by.
Whoa! Whoa!
Matthias and his dogs guard the flock and protect each other. They act instinctively like a pack, thanks to the genes of their common ancestor, the wolf. This is Matthias's pack. Since he's been doing this job, he has looked after more than 15,000 sheep and has only lost 3 of them to wolves. Matthias is never for or against the wolves. To him, all life is sacred, even that of the wolf. The wolves are back. He'll handle it. She-wolf hasn't come back. She is still looking for food. At 10 weeks old, Adventurer is the most active in the pack. He is drawn to anything that moves. Now he's on the trail of a delicious meal. An ibex bone, all for himself. Personalities are forged during play. There are leaders, there are followers. Those that give up easily, and some that never let go. She-wolf continues her journey in search of more hospitable lands. She crosses the Vercors, the Chartreuse Massif, and reaches the Tarentaise. She is looking for a peaceful place where she can settle down. Today she picked up a urine scent. This is a sign that marks a boundary that shouldn't be crossed. She-wolf has just entered the territory of another pack. They are close. Wolves will kill if they spot an intruder. But there is another danger. They are coming up from the valley. There are many of them too. Humans and wolves do not get along. She-wolf knows it's in her genes. She senses that she must flee. She has reached the end of the road. Behind her, a mountain riddled with dangers. In front of her, an unknown world. We now know that many wolves travel across our cities and villages. They move at night without making a sound. Since they have returned, the trails of many different wolves have been studied. They cross anything in their way, rivers, motorways, and even high-speed railway lines. They take astonishing risks. Nothing can stop them. She-wolf has managed to cross the Ubaye Valley. She's found a new and more peaceful territory. No sense of humans, nor dogs. It's a land of plenty, with abundant food. She-wolf has just found a wildlife reserve, the Mercantour National Park, a man-made sanctuary that protects all species. It is her new territory. But there is another presence. The Lammergeier. He has returned to the precise spot where he was born. And he has started a family. She-wolf has succeeded in keeping her 6 cubs alive and well. But winter is coming. She's going to need some help. It's time for her to call out to other wolves. A wolf's call is so powerful, it can be heard for dozens of kilometers. But tonight, no one hears her. Far away in another valley, a young wolf has heard her calls. They meet in the early hours. She-wolf has traveled 1,300 kilometers. She left the Dolomites during the winter, crossed almost the entire range of the Alps, all on her own. She gave birth in the Mont Blanc Massif, then turned south, crossed the Vercors, the Écrins, and settled in the Alps of Haute-Provence. Several weeks later, a camera trap took these images. She-wolf has started a new pack and now has her own territory. In fact, she-wolf's journey tells an even greater story. Wolves almost disappeared from Europe in the 20th century. Only a few isolated families survived in the Italian Alps. Then, in the 1990s, a few lone wolves, just like she-wolf, began to reconquer the territories their ancestors had lost. By traveling, by forming new packs far from home, they gradually repopulated the mountains. Today, their number almost 2,000. Wolves are the symbol of the regeneration of the Alps. So what can we learn from all these stories? What have all these mountain dwellers taught us? Before answering that, we must ask the wise elders, those who were there before the animals and the humans. who have lived in the mountains for millions of years. The plants. How do they survive for months covered by snow and darkness and freezing cold? And during their short time in the light, how do they share out the scarce resources available? 2,000 species of high-altitude plants live here under the watchful eye of Pascal, their gardener. They have developed a number of strategies to endure the extreme conditions of the high mountains. Between 1,000 and 2,000 meters high, many of them are engaged in combat. To assert its dominance, the Jacob's ladder colonizes entire areas and suffocates its rivals. The yellow rattle latches on the root of a neighboring plant and draws out its sap to feed itself. The most dreaded of them all, shaggy hawkweed, poisons its neighbors. Here, quite clearly, the strong eliminate the weak. We assume that's how nature works. But that's not entirely true. Up above the clouds, the rules are different. Up there, where nothing else can grow. When the poverty of the soil is compounded by extreme climate conditions, the rules change and life reveals one of its most wondrous secrets. Moss campion is a plant shaped like a cushion. Inside, the temperature is 10 degrees warmer than outside, a microclimate that allows several species to take refuge there. Like this blue gentian that would perish without its help. Each little flower presses against its neighbor, not to kill it, but to conserve and share water and heat. The strangest of them all also lives at the highest altitude, the mysterious rock jasmine and its pleasant honey scent. This one is perhaps 100 years old. It may appear to be a single plant, but in fact, it shelters a multitude of tiny invisible creatures. Bacteria, mites, and insects live as a community with the rock jasmine. It is itself an entire ecosystem, capable of living completely autonomously. These plants demonstrate one of the fundamental mechanisms of the natural world. When there is nothing left, it isn't the strongest that succeed, but those that help one another. The tougher the conditions, the more vital it becomes to work together. That's the lesson from the inhabitants of the Alps. And here, they all know it. The female ibex that help each other look after their kids. The mischievous birds that gather together to find food. The deer that keep warm by huddling together. The lammergeier that rely on wolves to find their bones. The trees that give to their elders. The wolves that sacrifice everything to protect their pack. The Swiss pines that rely on the nutcracker to sow their seeds. The wolves that overcome remarkable challenges to share their life with other wolves. And the men that rely on their dogs to watch over their flocks. All of them know that they are not the strongest, that the mountain is much more powerful than them. That's why they help. each other.